of enlightenment, whereas siddhis are a part of enlightenment. Shaktis are permanent, whereas siddhis are not permanent. And Shakti is manifest in an ordinary human being in an extraordinary way, whereas siddhis comes on the path of enlightenment. So, how is this Shakti being transferred to each and every one of us? It is through the power of Diksha. Diksha is a word or a touch or a look from an enlightened master being passed on from disciples to disciples, generation to generation, the Guru Parampara. So Swamiji, at the age of 3 itself, was initiating the science of common manifestation by various of his gurus in the science of common manifestation by Mr. Swamigal, Mata, Gudramapuri, Kanchi Paramacharya Swamigal, and various other gurus. So it is through the power of Diksha, the science of common manifestation is being passed on from one person to the other person. So Diksha is a touch or a look or a word from the other side. When we mirror his neurons, we directly manifest those powers and also get into the space of oneness. So before we start the demonstration, in Veda and Agamas, there are 4 types of evidences, which is the Pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which is eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures, which are the Vedas and Agamas. And second is the Apta Pramana, the Vedic rishis who time tested and verified this science of common manifestation by experiencing on themselves. And next is the Atma Pramana. The supreme body of Hindus whose personal experience and science of common manifestation. Last, the Pratyaksh Pramana, the scientific study, the scientific experimentation done on power of common manifestation. So, Vedas and Agamas are the source scriptures of Hinduism. Vedas are the techniques, the living truths, whereas Agamas are the applied sciences. So Vedas and Agamas are given the status of Shruti, as the directly given by Paramashiva, they are the ultimate unchangeable truths. So a reference taken from these scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So today we will be witnessing 2 extraordinary power, which is the power of Torah reading and the power of body scanning. So first we'll be witnessing the power of Torah reading. So the scriptural evidence, the Shastra Pramana, the power of Torah reading comes from the Nithyananda Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishtannilitalochanaha Kramena Manasodadyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one that reaches is the ultimate goal Laksham. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attain the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana. So this Apta Pramana is taken from the very own life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, the 11th chapter, the 8th verse. Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva sa chakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu Pashyame Yogamaishwaram. The translation goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So in Hindu Purana Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which contains Sri Krishna's cosmic form, the Vishwarupa Darshana. So this Vishwarupa Darshan of Sri Krishna is completely narrated by Arjuna through the power of third eye, as Bhagavad Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna the power of third eye. The next is the Atma Pramana. The supreme point of Hinduism personal experience and scientific manifestation. Swamiji beautifully shares that when you're sitting on a coral rock in Pavanakundri, he was able to feel everything around him, below him, side of him, everything in directions. He could feel the skin of the stone and the skin of his body is one and the same. He could feel everything as him, as me. So, and next is the Pratyaksha Pramana. So, the study measures compare the metabolic cellularity of the brain during the meditative states of consciousness using the positron emission tomography (PET). So, when doing daily activities, high awareness is measured at the brain in the third eye region. And when these state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and alive, and almost 90% of the brain is at rest and so now we'll be witnessing a live demonstration for the power of third eye reading. So today I will be manifesting the power of third eye reading. So I am Manitya Virijananda, and along with me over here I have a wonderful, extraordinary Balasan, who also a power manifestation named Manitya Brahma Yogananda, and she will be assisting in this whole demonstration. So along with over here, I have a medically time-tested eye bag. So you can see the front, there's a black color opaque sheet. And if you see the back, there's two sponges, there's two holes, there's two sockets. So once you wear the eye band on, your eyes goes there and gets locked up and gets settled over there. And there's nice thick sponge all around the area, which covers all the sides of the eyes and does not let any sort of light pass through them. So this type of eye band is specifically designed for people who are suffering from disease called insomnia. So now, as Atma Brahma Yoga will be unstrapping the eye band for all of you, and she will be placing the eye band on you. It's comfortable for you. I request you to lower the eye band. Center the eye band. Yes. So I request you to turn to your right, to your left, up and down. So all of you can see that it's completely covered from all four sides and there is no light entering through the eye band. And also, if I want any sort of adjustment to be made on the way my Brahma is putting the eye band on, I will not be doing it by myself. I will request my Brahma to do it for me. So those are the viewers who's watching us live right now. If you want your comments to be read by the third eye, you can go ahead and post it in Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel and also Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel, and we'll be reading live from there. So please, a few minutes to go post over there. First, we'll be reading live from the YouTube channel. Yes, so we have some comments in the Facebook channel. So the latest comment which is posted on the Facebook channel is by Kailasa. Kailash has posted Nithyananda. Nithyananda, welcome you to the segment of power manifestation and also happy Krishna Janmashtami to you. So yes, we'll be going ahead to the previous comments. Some Somnath Nanda's posted home and Vinaya Amalya has posted Har Har Bole.
Yes, all of you can see that Ma Virija has read all the comments correctly so far. It's really amazing. So now we'll be going to YouTube and checking if any comments have come.
And as if you have a feeling that you also would like to manifest these extraordinary powers, like how I am manifesting, or like how the balances of yogas are manifesting, at the end of the Bhavasavadi Darshan, we will be guided through a power manifestation where will be experiencing these power manifestations by yourself. So stay tuned for it.
Yes, so looks like we have a few comments on YouTube. Ma Virija is in.
Yes, so Bigyan Chabigan has posted a heart emoji and namaskar emoji. And Bhavati Mahesh Nanda has posted Happy Krishna Janmashtami. Happy Krishna Janmashtami, a sparkling emoji and a namaskar. And before that, Sindhuja SS posted Nithyananda. So these are the comments to the YouTube channel. And now we'll be moving ahead to the next power of body scanning. And before that, I request Brahma Yoga Tirumala Ivan and show to all of you that the IBAN is still the same.
So all of you can see it's still the same. The eye band is completely intact and there are no holes anywhere.
Yes. So next is the power of body scanning. So in this power of body scanning, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism has the ability to scan the medically diagnosed illnesses, issues, and medically diagnosed issues through the power of the third eye, and also reveal you the best, easiest, and quickest solution in which you can get rid of the problem. So this power of body scanning, the Shastra Paramana comes from the Sutra 54.
Swadehe jagato vapi suksma suksmataraani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatva te vyajyate para.
The translation goes, cognize deeply the subtlest principle of your whole body, Swadeha, of your whole body, Swadeha. And by cognizing it, the divine power, Paradevi, Adishakti is revealed and supreme power manifestation happens. And next is the Apta Pramana, where this Apta Pramana, the Vedic Rishi is that evidence on the power of body scanning comes from 5,000 years ago. From the very own life of a saint named Teraya. Teraya was one of the most prominent disciples of sage Agastya. One day, a person suffering of severe headache came to Agastya, and Agastya uses the power of body scanning and reveals to him that there's a small type of terror, a type of frog, which is sitting in the person's brain. And He instructs Teraya to perform an open surgery and remove the clot, the Teraya. So Teraya does the open surgery, and successfully the surgery got completed and the person got healed, and thus he gave the name Teraya. So remember that this after Pramana is taken from 50,000 years ago. So yeah. Next is the Alpha Pramana. Where Swamiji uses this power of body scanning, where unwanted poison was fit into his body without his knowledge, and at that time he used diagnostic centers instead of medical checkups. And at that time he attempted to detect a heavy metal quantity in various different organs of food. And Swamiji uses the power of body scanning to find out where the balance is to happen and where what on the place is to happen. And he uses Adupati as a second opinion to verify his findings. And next is the Sakshi Pramana, where various disciples across the globe have experienced this power of body scanning and have given their experience and how this power manifestation on how this power manifestation happen in their everyday daily basis. Now we'll be watching a lab demonstration after a short.
ஸ்கிரீன் இது இல்ல
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye and celebrate, celebrate, celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி.
Yes, so along with me over here, I have two extraordinary manifestors. So I have Ma Soni and also Ma Brahmyoga. So today they will be manifesting power of body scanning for all of us. So those of you, all the viewers who are watching us live right now, if you want a body scanning, please put a request in the YouTube channel or the Facebook channel and we'll be taking from that. So yes, Sindhuja has requested a request for body scanning from Ima. Yes, so Ma Brahmyoga will be scanning for Ima, Ma Sindhuja. And Vidyan Tapaganaya has posted, please scan him. And Ma Soni will be scanning for you, yeah? Yes, Vidyan Tapaganaya, Ma Soni will be scanning for you at the beginning. And Purna Pandolikar has also requested for body scanning. Yes, Suma, I will be doing a body scanning soon. Yes, Ma Pramika, you can go ahead.
Yes, I did the body scanning for Shinduja Ma, and Ma Parameshwar revealed to me that you're having your nerves are pulling in your arms, like this lower arm area, it's pulling a lot to you, and also the prana flow in your body is not aligned. Your breath level is really shallow. You're not able to take deep breaths, and it's not aligned. So the solution which Parameshwar revealed is start doing the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, which is the Nithyananda Yoga, every day at 4 o'clock in the morning. This will really help you in for you to take deep breaths and align your prana, and it will also help you with the nerve pull which is happening in your arms. Just follow the simple solution of doing the Prathama Vinyasa Krama every day.
Yes, wonderful solution. Yes, Mason, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda, I did the body scanning for Nithyananda, and Ayya Parameshwar revealed that you have been having gastric and stomach issue. So Parameshwar revealed the solution as to do Nirahara. Your stomach and gastric problem will get completely.
It's wonderful. And I did the body scanning for Purna Pandolikarma. And what third eye revealed to me is that what's on the revealed to me is that actually you're quite healthy and no problem, you're completely fine. But the only issue you're having, there's lots of heat produced in your body, which means there are lots of heat, you feel a lot of you feel weak, you feel tired, you feel exhausted and everything. So the solution what Parameshwar was able to show, what Parameshwar revealed that we should drink a lot of water to hydrate yourself. And yes, Master just get back to us saying that thank you so much for his wonderful much. Thank you for that. And Ma Mariam Dawood has requested, Ma, please can my thought correct that keeping my kids away from me, please. Yes, so Ma Brahma will be doing the thought current scan for you, Ma. And Ma Marlena has requested for a body scan. Yes, so Ma Sony will be doing body scan for you, Ma Marlena. So meanwhile, the third eye actually, the third eye actually scans and reveals the root of the very problem. Like Swami is very clear that if you're suffering from cancer, it's just the pattern of you destroying yourself, the self-denial pattern which is that into the two. So what you think does affect our physical body. So the third eye actually gets down to the detail of what thought in your tradition, which is the root of your problem. Like when you go to a normal doctor, they'll say that, oh, this may be the problem. They may not be able to find exact root of the problem, why the problem has come. But the third eye does the stuff. It goes to the root and tells you the easiest way where you can get rid of it. Like in the case of Ma Sindhuja, like Ma Brahmika scanned and said to her she has some nerves need to be strengthened, and as a solution, just do Prathama Vinyasa Krama and to be free. Like whereas if you're outside giving for it, like gone to the doctor, maybe taking pills after pills and everything. Whereas the third eye gives you the best solution, where it not just gets rid of the problem, but also strengthens your body. This looks like Ma Brahmika is ready.
Yes, I have done the body scan, the thought current scanning for Mariam David, and Ma Parameshwar revealed to me that the reason as to why the thought current which is keeping your kids away from you is you're holding on to things like by the end of the day, if anything has happened, if any fight has happened, if any disagreement has happened throughout the day, you're not able to let go and unclutch. You're not able to complete with it. You hold on to it the whole day and whole time, and because of that space which you're carrying while holding on to that those incidents is the reason why your kids are staying away from you. So you should start unclutching and start completing whatever happens throughout the day. At least like slowly start by unclutching at the end of the day. But as you continue doing this, you should come to a point where whatever happens, you should be able to complete and unclutch the next moment. And you'll see that the moment this completion happens, your kids will automatically come close to you, and they'll also be comfortable with you.
Yes, wonderful. Yes, ma. Purna Pandolikar has comment back saying, thank you so much, but could not hear the solution. Yes, I did mention drink a lot of water. Yes, that's the solution for you, ma. And ma Mahajanandar Sitananda has requested, what thought current keeps my husband stuck with regards to our relationships? He has given permission for this scan. Ma Virija, thank you. Anna, emoji. Yes, so ma Brahmaya will be, yes. Ma Brahmaya will be doing the thought for the scan. Yes, ma Sony, you can go ahead, ma, with the revelation.
Nithyananda Mamarena, I did the body scanning for you, and my Parmeshwar means that you have been having severe body pains and headaches. So Parmeshwar means that every day do 1 hour of deep things now. It will heal your body pain and headache completely.
Yes, wonderful. And Ma Mahajanandar Sitananda has posted, happy Janmashtami for, by the way, may be blessed by Krishna always. Yes. Having Swamiji in our life is always having Krishna in our life. So, yes, thank you for that. And yeah. And Purna Pandolikar has come back saying thank you. And she has posted an heart emoji. Namaste. Yes. And Vigyan Ayaz has come back saying, my family will not let you do Nirahara Samyama. Ayya, Nirahara Samyama is just you being on a liquid diet, where you don't take solids. Like every day in a daily basis, we eat like solid foods, right? But Nirahara Samyama is just you cutting all solid diets and just eating the liquid diets. Like you'll be going on fruit juices and everything.
Okay, so I have done I have scanned Ma Mahajanandar Sitananda, and Ma Parmeshwar revealed to me that the moment you introduce your husband to Swamiji, if he's already introduced, then enrich him more about Swamiji and let him watch more and more satsangs and know more about Swamiji. And the more he gets connected to Swamiji, the more the better your relationship will get with him. So it's just the simple thing of connecting him to Swamiji.
Yes, wonderful revelation. So, with this, so if you like to experience this same powers done by you, at the end of the segment, you will be guided through a power manifestation session where you will be physically experiencing these powers by yourself. So, with this, I would like to conclude this segment of power manifestation, and we'll be going ahead to the next segment where you'll be learning about divine feminine consciousness. Who is Devi Parashakti?
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gam
So we
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye and celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha give so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there. One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now let us enter into the next segment where we will understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity. So, as we know, Devi has been continuously manifesting for the last several months through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and has been continuously blessing us, guiding us, answering all of our prayers, and giving us great boons and healing us. So let us listen to some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti and how they have manifested, how it has happened. So let us listen to the sacred secrets on the Hindu birth. Sorry, I could press the button.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று
உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றா
Let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this, in 4 types of births and 84 lakh yonis, and all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth. Slide, please. If we can continue to the next slide, please. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics and finance and luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. We can continue to the next. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu dharma human birth is uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma, protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their souls. Understand carefully, I'm giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful delusion, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu earth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. Let us understand what is this responsibility of Hindus that Devi has revealed about. So Hinduism represents the most ancient yet most progressive indigenous spiritual tradition with an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. Let us look at some of the references for Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures. So first, let us look at the Ramarajya, the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama. And Rama, it's described that in the Valmiki Ramayana, in the Yuddha Kanda, it describes there was no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free from illnesses and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And the description of the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by Yudhishthira was described in the Srimad Mahabharata. And It states, Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone. And there was no cause to fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. And the Hindu nations have contributed so much to the world in various fields, including enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, and legal systems. So how were our Hindu nations destroyed? Let us go through and understand the systematic attack and destruction of the Hindu nation. So the phase one, the first phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the Islamic invasions between 800 to 1700 AD. And this was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And Will Durant, a famous historian, has described the Mohammedan conquest of India as probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women, children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period, and millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. So you can see how barbaric this Islamic invasion was, and the description of the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus conveyed by Khilji states that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves for the Mohammedans. The Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. And the Islamic invasions saw the slaughter of 200 million Hindus by the Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 temples were destroyed during this time, and over 1 million deities and scriptures that were destroyed. And it was described the conquering armies burned villages, devastated land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, plagued them with thongs of rawhide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted them, prisoners, into obsequious Turks. So the second phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the British occupation, which was between 1700 to 1947 AD. And this saw the economic and psychological destruction of the civilization. And again, Will Durant, a celebrated historian, described that I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that the exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And here you can see the photos of children during the Bengal famine, literally forced into starvation and death. And the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they could become slaves in their own land. And this included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, the engineered famines to starve natives into submission, and annexing Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslating Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, and they also destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, which was the backbone of Hinduism and India at the time. And they destroyed the local industries and forced importations of British goods. And ultimately, they banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. And during the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years. And over 45 million Hindus died due to artificial famines and imposed poverty by the British policies. And over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Akashic of the Indian Parliament describes the British came to one of the richest countries of the world, and over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And the third phase was the third phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the secularization of India, which was between 1947 and till current day. And this was ruled by brown faces, British attitudes, and policies towards Hindus. And Nehru, the first ruler, one of the first leaders of India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a republic. And the first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution has described, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty and equality and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. So these were some of the first leaders of the secular India, the free India, which were very clearly against Hindus and Hinduism. So despite India becoming a secular country, there was a strong anti-Hindu ecosystem that was created after the secularization of India. And during the modern Indian legal system, academia, media, and all of it systematically undermined, suppressed, and delegitimized Hindu institutions and culture. And in India's constitution, India's constitution established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and other institutions, while other religions are free from interference of the government. And Articles 26 to 30 of India's constitution discriminates against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindu organizations, including government benefits and scholarships. And the Hindu kingdoms and self-governance was completely abolished during the time. And the Anti-superstition laws were passed to criminalize Hindu practices. Mainstream Indian academia also described Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors, and the negative media portrayal of Hindus in Bollywood and TV also was ubiquitous across the country. And media narratives were used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portrayed Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt, sex fiends in a manner similar to British imperial propaganda. And the media narratives were used to shape the human consciousness and further political agenda. The racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, dishonest, and corrupt are perpetuated by their British Brown successors in modern India unabated. So the revival of the Hindu nation is a necessity for us to fulfill our responsibility as Hindus. Let us understand how. During the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has described the vision for the Hindu civilization, and he's described during the time of Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and as a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus. So let us understand, what is Kailasa? This revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world. It will bring legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma and of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and share it with the whole world. And that is the purpose of Kailasa and the Hindu. Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as per Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamas, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures. And Hindus are among the most persecuted civilizations. Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through books. So what can we do to stand up for Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? And unfortunately, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. Yes, we can continue on to the next slide, please. So let us reclaim our Hindu identity. As Devi revealed, it is our great blessing to have the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonicham, the Hindu birth, and it is the Uttamottama birth. So it is our responsibility to hold this, our Hindu identity, and to revive this whole enlightened civilization once again. Hinduism is responsible for our successful lives. If you are a Hindu and you are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, and have a stable family life, have a best mental health, then Hinduism is responsible. You need to understand your Hindu identity is responsible. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which gave us the best mental setup and all the best things we Hindus have. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible for this. And Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And it was reported in Hindustan Times that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US as per Pew report. So let us reclaim our Hindu identity, because it is not just anti-Hindu elements being active. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this destruction of Hinduism. So let us take responsibility, as Devi said, for Hinduism and for maintaining and reviving this enlightened civilization. And let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. So what exactly is the responsibility of Hindus? As Devi revealed, it is our responsibility to ensure this enlightened civilization is maintained and all the great gifts are shared with the world. It is our responsibility to keep the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. Revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, the born Hindus, the practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Please come and become a part of the revival of Kailasa. You can sign up to become an e-citizen of Kailasa and enjoy all of the benefits of Kailasa and Hinduism that Hindus have brought to the world, and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. You can sign up today at kailasa.org and you can become an e-citizen of Kailasa. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words about why a Hindu nation is needed. Next slide, please.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda, Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than one cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers, and I hope that each and every one of you are going to be staying tuned for the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami happening in just a few hours. And we are going to be having so many different celebrative occasions, celebrative rituals, and auspicious rituals that we'll be doing. So make sure that you're staying tuned with all of us, and that you will be able to have a beautiful way of connecting with Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Now, before we enter into the next segments of today's program and we get on with the beautiful program for Krishna Janmashtami, we can start with the divine offerings that you can make for Devi Parashakti. Every single day over the last 4 to 5 months, we have been having the darshan of Devi Parashakti, and sometimes even twice a day. And we can have a beautiful way of connecting with Devi Parashakti through these offerings, to all the various offerings that you can make. And we can ensure that we are offering any offering, and whether it is the E-Hundi offering today, or it is the Sankalpa chanting, or even some of the gold offerings that are available for you, you can make an offering in order to ensure that you are deeply connecting with Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting, especially today on this most auspicious day of Krishna Janmashtami. Just take a few minutes and make any kind of offering that you would like, and just offer your gratitude. There's a beautiful story from the Guaranteed Solutions book authored by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the chapter From Discontentment to Gratitude, where he had spoken on how if we continue to choose to be discontent in our lives, we will always feel discontent and will never evolve. We'll never evolve to the next feelings, the evolved feelings, and will never pave our pathway towards enlightenment and the higher goals in life if we continuously are never working towards enlightenment. And there's in describing this chapter and how to find gratitude within ourselves, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism narrated a story where one day a man was asking God, he was deeply praying for God, and he said, God, please give me $10 million. I will promise you that I will give you 2% of the earnings, and you can and the rest I will keep for myself. I will offer it to your shrine, and the rest I will keep for myself. And then he adds to God as an addendum, if you don't believe me, then you can take $2 million for yourself, and I will keep the rest of the 8 million. Understand that all of our relationships end up becoming a negotiation with God. We always see that God is a utility value for us. He's there only to fulfill our wishes, and he's the one whom we continuously ask again and again and again for something or another, but we never are able to feel gratitude inside of us for anything that he's giving. And that is ultimately the truth. We always continue asking and asking, begging and begging for things, but we never see, stop, and feel gratitude. In these offerings that we have today, you will be able to consciously build gratitude. And see, there's two different types of religions. One is the religion of giving gratitude, and the other is a prayer. And in the religion of prayer, there is no room for evolving and paving our path towards enlightenment. Only in the religions where we practice gratitude, and gratitude is consciously built from the very get-go, from the very birth, only then do we start to build and pave our way towards oneness experience, the experience of Advaita and enlightenment itself. So now I request if we can start the share slides for the various different offerings that you can make today to the volunteer, and we will be able to go into this next segment on the various different offerings that you can make. We can also be able to see some of the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. And just yesterday we had a beautiful darshan of Devi Parashakti, and we offered the Mandika Badi for Ganesha Chaturthi, inviting Devi Parashakti, her presence as well as the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to grace us during the time, the festival occasion, the Brahmotsavam of Ganesha, and celebrating Ganesha, which is going to start right after today, after Krishna Janmashtami, and we're going to be starting the celebrations of Ganesha Chaturthi Brahmotsavam, and that is just a 10-day Brahmotsavam, a 10-day festival, which we'll be celebrating every single day until the Krishna Janmashtami, sorry, the Ganesha Chaturthi day. So we have so many different festivals coming up, as after Krishna Janmashtami, literally a festival season starts, and we have so many different ways of you to become involved in Kailasa, in the various different rituals, and of course the Nityotsava, the internal celebration that is happening in Kailasa with Nithyananda, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So once again, I invite all the viewers to stay tuned, and we will be able to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti, and we'll be able to see what are the different offerings you can make to Devi Parashakti on Krishna Jayanti today as well, the different sevas that you can make, and we will also be understanding as well the various festivals, the rituals that you can do today as well. So we can now start the segment on the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti, as we are now having the program for Devi Parashakti. And we just heard from in the previous segment about the different ways Devi Parashakti has guided each and every one of us, has reminded Hindus across the world about our responsibility towards protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And as Hindus, we have to remind ourselves actually what we have been able to inherit from our ancestors, from Paramashiva himself, as yes. Now let us begin. Let us begin the next segment with the offerings to Devi Parashakti. We can start. The next slide, please. Yes. So an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and wonder. Just been discussing about gratitude and how we can consciously build gratitude and the religions of gratitude. Understand Sanatana Hindu Dharma, through these rituals, you can consciously build gratitude in your life, and you'll understand then that the gratitude is simply a jumping board into the great pool of oneness and experience of the ultimate. And when an avatar lands and you're offering to the very avatar himself, the offerings are simply a part of the Leela which he is simply conducting, and a way that you can be a part and begin your intimate connection with the divine. And it's only for the purpose of enlightenment. So now let us begin the segment by chanting the Dhyana Shlokas of Devi Parashakti. You can go on to the next slide, please. The next slide, please. Now let's chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Excuse me. Induni Vabeda Karavahninayam Syat Pankajavaraభయ Japakshasarayuktam Anga Himabhushana Vichitravasanam Syat Tungamakutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. And the next slide, please. We'll now be chanting the English translation of the Dhyana Shloka. The next slide, please. Yes. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower and gracing hands, with one hand holding the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Yes. And the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye Devim Trinetram Shashini Bhavadanam Vedahastam Dadanam Savye Padmam Varadam Apare Chabhayam Chakshamalam Divyaira Baraner Vibhushita Tanum Brahmadi Vibhujitam Devimeva Mahun Manim Pratidhinam Kamatra Datrim Shtubam. And now the English translation. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Now, before we enter into this segment, we're going to be just understanding the various different contexts and the significances behind different aspects of these offerings. And you'll see that many of these offerings today are in gold. They're gold offerings, gold ornaments and gold jewels that you can offer to adorn Devi Parashakti. And in our society nowadays, we have an economic and social have an economic and social value for gold, but we have long forgotten the value of gold, which is so sacred and divine. And here in the Atharva Veda, it shows that there is a significance that is beyond even our normal understanding. And it says that the triple gold is associated with your long life, meaning it can literally make you reverse age and extend your life. So it has so many great properties. And that is why the rishis and ancient scientists of the Hindu civilization had continuously been using gold in various different ways. Gold was present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas, and in so many different ways. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold, and the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. And this is the way that gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, and because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. And we have here the first offering, which is the E-Hundi offering. And the E-Hundi offering is a general donation that you can make. It's very simple but sweet donation and offering of our love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. And you don't need to feel that, oh, I don't have enough money or anything like that, because Devi Parashakti is described as Bhakti Priya, meaning she is the lover of devotion and anyone who has devotion. And you can simply offer your love, your devotion to Devi Parashakti. She showers on top of you. Yes, the next slide. We can go on to the next slide. And we can offer this E-Hundi today through the YouTube super chat or in the links provided in the slides right now. The next slide, please. The next offering we have is the Sankalpa chanting. The Sankalpa is a very powerful mantra that you can make in order to align all of your energies inside of you towards a conscious resolution. In fact, when Swamiji blesses, we have so much of energy that he is bestowing on top of us, and literally the power to make what we want into reality. However, often our energy gets swayed because it is so powerful, and it becomes distracted in different ways, just like a snake that is moving. A snake moving with actually, this is a science in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and when it becomes distracted, we ourselves lose and forget our conscious resolution. Having and offering this sankalpa is a way that you can understand and you can align all your energies towards the one conscious resolution that you have, and use that energy in order to manifest it into reality. So you can offer this as just $1, and it has a powerful way of manifesting your reality as you want it. The next offering we have here is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, and in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her various names. And in this offering, we are doing just that. We are offering the names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru, or the 3D representation of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin which is inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes, and the next slide, please. The next offering here is the Mukta Anguti. The Mukta Anguti is a finger ring with a pearl, and we have a verse from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam here, and I'll just be chanting that verse before proceeding. मुक्ताहारणलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां शिञ्छन्नूपुरिकिङ्किणीमणिधरां पद्मप्रभावासुरां सर्वाभीतफलप्रदां गिरिसुतां वाणीरमासेवितां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां. And this beautiful verse is a description of Devi Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls in the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets and that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, and who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer this, the Mukta Anguti to Devi Parashakti, to the embodiment of compassion. We're offering the finger ring with a pearl, which is itself a symbol of compassion. So the next offering we have is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kalmika Agama, there's a beautiful verse where it talks about the various different qualities of a lotus. And it even says that all the kalashas or the offering vessels should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there's hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, and almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating, even mudras and asanas and yoga, and as well in the pujas, all of it involves the lotus. And you might ask why. It's because the lotus is considered as a divine flower. It itself is the representation of Devi Parashakti. And lotus itself represents such divine qualities. In fact, every single god is seated on the lotus, and even the lotus is used as a description of all the gods and their beauty. So it has so much of significance, and it is also its qualities and its innate qualities are so divine as well. So you can offer this gold lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in the inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. And the next offering here is this Swarna Matti, the golden toe ring. And this is another beautiful offering. Even though today the toe ring has become a kind of a fashion statement that people are wearing so much, this started in Hindu tradition. And it has a sacred value that has been lost over many thousands of years. The toe ring is what is used to describe Devi Parashakti herself and was adorned by all the incarnations of Paramashiva on Devi Parashakti. And in fact, the incarnation of Paramashiva, Adi Shankaracharya, had described the very toes and the very feet of Devi Parashakti at length in one of his most ecstatic expressions and compositions of Devi Parashakti, the Saundarya Lahari. And here we have one verse which I'll now be chanting. Nakhadiditi samjana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrated your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So this Swarnamati, or the gold toe ring, is an offering that you can make in order to adorn the gracious feet of Devi Parashakti. Understand that Devi Parashakti is so great that even if you have the grace of her very last few centimeters of her body, you can be entirely liberated itself. You don't need to see even her full Vishnurupa Darshana or her full darshan, or even you don't need to see her smile or her abhaya mudra or anything. You can just have the darshan of her, the last inches, the last centimeters of her toes, and simply it'll lead you to enlightenment. So understand the power of Devi Parashakti in these descriptive verses. So you can make this offering as well. And we also have the Swarna Mangtika, another very beautiful offering of the Mangtika. The Mangtika is the traditional hairline jewelry, and in the Lalita Sahasranama, once again, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara, which is fully open. So you can offer this and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to be in a blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. Yes. So now the next offering we have is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and as well today, on this very day, you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja directly to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we are celebrating Krishna Janmashtami. In a few short minutes, just in this program, after in a sorry for the technical glitch. We'll just be continuing on. Understand again, or if it is the incarnation of Paramashiva in the form of Sri Satya Sai Baba, who sung Manasa Bhajare Guru Charanam upon his incarnationhood, or even if it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who's initiated millions into the perfect, most perfect guru-disciple relationship and manifested as Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, and given the opportunity, the grace, the blessings for so many millions of people to connect with him as Guru in our life, and has shouldered the entire universe as Guru, as Jagat Guru. This offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja cannot be underestimated, and it's the most precious offering you can make. So take this time today to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and today you can offer it. Don't make sure that you do not take this for granted. You can, if you have even the slightest desire, somehow see how you can make it happen. And if you'd like to make it happen, but you perhaps don't know how, you can go and you can register in the registration form today, and in just a few slides we'll be showing how you can do that. We also have the Vastra Seva. We can go on to the next line. The Vastra Seva is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti, manifesting through Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it bestows on us a very sacred protection of the avatar. Yes, going on to the next slide. We now have a summary of all the different offerings that you can make, and as you can see, all of them are right here, and there's various different options that you can do. It's not as if you only have to make a certain amount. Sorry, if we can go on to the next slide. And you have several different options, and as we are saying in the beginning of the segment, always we are offering our gratitude to Devi Parashakti. And if you have that sincere sentiment, if you'd like to offer your gratitude, then then in some way or form, you can make that happen today. So once again, we have a summary of all of the different offerings. And if we can go to the last slide now on the various different links and the stages for the payment process. The payment process is very simple and it's just 3 stages. If you are interested in making a offering today, you can, or if you'd like to, perhaps you want to make some offering, but maybe in the future we have the festival season, which is fastly approaching us and coming upon us, and that is the most beautiful time of the year. And we can offer even for Ganesha Chaturthi. You'll be able to register for the future events if you fill out this quick form. Sorry, we can go on to the next slide. And the form is tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. And if you just fill out this form, you can get yourself registered and ensure that you're getting the notifications either via email for any of the live darshans, dikshas, and also for the offerings that are happening. And as well, if you're ready to make a payment right away, then you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings, which is projected right now, and you can make sure that you are offering, and it's just a very quick 3-step process for you to offer. And finally, we have the Sankalpa 2021 form, the very last step. After you made a payment, please make sure that you are filling out this mandatory form so that your names are chanted during the puja. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program of all the various different offerings that we have available for you today to start consciously building gratitude for everything around us and have that deep restful awareness inside of us and that blissful experience, the contentment that you could never find in any other place. So now we'll be moving on to the next segment of today's program. I once again invite each and every one of you to stay tuned. Join with us in the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami, which we will be starting very, very shortly. And we will be celebrating the avatar, the Purna Avatara, who happened 5,000 years back and has happened today again, keeping to his promise that will appear again and again when the time is needed. So please stay tuned with us, and we'll now be moving on to the next segment after a very quick break.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just Celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
And welcome to today's segment on the Adi Kailasa ship on this auspicious celebration of Krishna Janmashtami, as we are all eagerly awaiting the darshan of Sri Krishna himself at the stroke of midnight. Let us understand one of the many offerings and gifts to humanity by the living Krishna, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Today we will look into one of the many dimensions, benefits offered at these COVID care protection centers. To understand the significance and literally the rarity of what is being offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to the world in the form of this COVID care protection center, we really need to understand where we are today, where the world is today, and where are we heading. About 4 in 10 parents say their child fell behind academically due to the pandemic. About 3 in 10 say their child experienced mental health or behavioral problems. The percentage of parents who say that as a result of the pandemic, at least one of their children, 39% fell behind academically. And this is actually the survey is asked of parents or guardians of children aged 5 to 17. Fell behind academically, we have 39% of the parents saying so. 36% of the parents say their wards, their children, fell behind in their social and emotional development. 29% say they experienced mental health or behavioral problems. The source of this data at KFF. So here one can see minimum of over 30% of the children impacted mentally, psychologically, physically, academically. The prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France, Just if we see the geography around France, the general population, the adult population aged 18 and above, one can see the graph over here of depression in 18 to 24-year-olds between 24th of March of last year to 11th of March of this year. So across this 1 year, how depression and anxiety have risen in the general population. And younger adults more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during this COVID-19 pandemic. One can see here the youth in the age group of 18 to 24, 56.2% feel that they have undergoing anxiety and or depressive disorder. 49% in the age group of 25 to 49. In the elderly group, 50 to 64, 39%, and 29% of the elderly population say they are undergoing anxiety and or depressive disorder due to this pandemic. And one can see here the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder between 2 years back, the data as of Jan to June of 2019 versus this year of January. One can see 11% is of the population reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder 2 years back in 2019 in the pre-corona period, and January of this year in the post-corona period, we have 41% of the people suffering from either anxiety and or depressive disorder. And one can see even the surveys at the workplace where polls are being conducted of the employees to ask how they are feeling, what employees say they are feeling more than 50% of the time, more than half the time at work. And the results show starkly 34% of the workforce says they are feeling tired, 34% say they're feeling stressed out, 27% feeling burnt out, 19% feeling distracted, 22% discouraged, and 17% depressed. So one can see here the MetLife survey of employees, the employee workforce, asking people how they feel more than half the time at work, and the numbers indicating that employees feeling everything from depression to tiredness and being burnt out. And needless to say, this completely undermines the real work-life balance and the real intention of a workplace being somewhere where one feels successful, fulfilled, ambitious, etc. It's now come down to almost a medical survey where employees are asked of their feelings. One can see the American Psychological Association has declared COVID-19 as a significant stressor for most Americans, and the stress in America being a national mental health crisis. Because nearly 8 in 10, 78% say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, 67% say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, 25% diagnosed with mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. Now that is again very concerning because this workforce, the essential workers, are the ones who are the frontline defense against the pandemic, the ones who are treating the patients of corona, be it the physical impact of corona or for the preventive care or for the derivative disorders coming after corona, like the various fungal infections or the Delta virus. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. This is what the surveys indicate, where more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. This is a comparison. And this is as per the Journal of Medical Regulation. And of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression, 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to preliminary research. So one can see here more than half or almost half of the medical workforce themselves being impacted by the corona pandemic and its subsequent mental impact, psychological impact in the form of depression and anxiety. The mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States. During late June, 40% of US adults reported struggling with mental health or substance use. One can see here the anxiety or depression symptoms in 31% of the people, started or increased substance use at 13%, trauma or stressor-related disorder symptoms at 26%, and seriously considered suicide was 11% of the population. This is based on a survey of US adults aged above 18 years during the June of 2020 timeframe, and this is what the numbers indicate. Similarly, the self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, 15% experienced depression and 29% anxiety. This was as a part of the regular childbirthing or nursing process. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, the numbers shot up to 40.7% of pregnant women or new mothers feeling depression and 72% feeling anxiety. And about the students, the demographics by degree sought indicate 20% of college students say their mental health has significantly worsened under COVID-19. And the impact of COVID-19, 48% of college students have experienced financial setback due to COVID-19. Among all students, 38% said having trouble focusing on studies and or work was most stressful. 74% of students are challenged in maintaining a routine due to COVID-19. And living under stay-at-home orders, that is the quarantine orders and lockdowns, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. Students are interacting most with parents during COVID-19 physical distancing. And number one, parents can support students is simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about COVID-19 news. And the resource needs, number one for college student mental wellness is virtual face-to-face time. And the number one for HS students are digital social gatherings. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. This is an extremely concerning fact because as we saw in the past few slides, it is mental health impact, be it stress or depression, anxiety or depression, it is more than 50% of the population across all age groups, across all sectors, feeling they have been impacted. And now 55% of all students saying they do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Increasing levels of mental health issues in women due to COVID-19. 35% of females have moderate to severe levels of depression compared to 19% of males. 27% of females have moderate to severe levels of stress compared to 10% of males. 37% of women aged 18 to 24 report suicidal thoughts compared to 17% of men. And during lockdown, women are significantly more likely than men to have felt 30% of men feeling nervous, it is 40% of women feeling nervous. That everything was an effort. 22% of men felt that, while 30% of women felt that. And feeling lonely, 16% of men feeling that compared to 28% of women feeling lonely. And there's a 2,800% increase in demand to the Women's Mental Health Clinic at the Alfred Hospital in 1 month. The impact of mental health on Indian women during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown by age group, as one can see in the age group of 18 to 25 years, a very minuscule population feeling they are not impacted at all, somewhat impacted at 50%, and strongly impacted at 42%, close to half of the women population. Similarly, in the age group 26 to 32 years, 54% felt they were somewhat impacted, while 35% felt they were strongly impacted. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. This source of this data is from Deloitte, and it says that nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced their disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. Nearly 70% of women who said they have experienced adverse changes to their daily routines during the pandemic believe these shifts have prevented or will prevent them from progressing. And as it relates to the on-demand work environment, nearly a third, at 29% of women who feel they always need to be available are concerned that if they aren't able to fulfill this need, their career progression may be impeded. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women further, of the respondents who experienced shifts in their daily routine, 65% now have more responsibility for household chores. 1/3 said their workloads have increased due to the pandemic. 58% of those with children reported added childcare responsibilities. 53% of those with children reported homeschooling and education responsibilities. 46% reported feeling a need to always be available from a work perspective, that is online at off hours, responding to emails immediately. Of those, 45% said they feel overwhelmed, and 48% said their physical well-being has suffered as an impact of feeling they always need to be available. COVID-19 impact on elderly, the older persons, COVID-19 and older persons, economic well-being. The pandemic may significantly lower older persons' incomes and living standards. Already, less than 20% of older persons of retirement age are receiving a pension. Mental health. Physical distancing can take a heavy toll on our mental health. Living alone and being more digitally included than others. The risks are higher for older persons. Responders. Older persons are not just victims, they are also responding. They are health workers, careers, and among many essential service providers. Life and death fatality rates are 5 times higher than the global average. An estimated 66% of people aged 70 and over have at least one underlying health condition. Vulnerability. Essential care that older persons often rely on is under pressure. Almost half of COVID-19 deaths in Europe occurred in long-term care settings. Older women often provide care for older relatives, increasing their risk to infection. Abuse and neglect. In 2017, 1 in 6 older persons were subjected to abuse. With lockdowns and reduced care, violence against older persons is on the rise. And if one sees the distribution by age and sex of confirmed COVID-19 cases, this data is based from the UN, United Nations, and it's based on 750,000 declaration from forms from 113 countries, territories, and zones. The source is the World Health Organization based surveillance system to date. As one can see here, the age group, the middle age and the elderly group, the most impacted, as this graph shows, across males and females. And having understood this, amongst very many reasons why one needs to avail of the COVID Care Protection Center, before we go to the next segment, let us take a few minutes to register for the COVID Care Protection Center by just signing up at the URL https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes to enroll ourselves, register ourselves for this. And now let us see an very important yet much neglected aspect of dealing with trauma through art therapy. Art opens up a non-verbal form of communication for children having a tough time expressing their thoughts and feelings. Often, it can also point towards the source of trauma, say therapists. Recently, the central government released guidelines for parents' participation in home-based learning amid the pandemic, and emphasized the role of art as a therapy for children under stress or trauma. This April, post-rock band AWKS released its album Sleep. According to the musicians based in Mumbai, Ahmedabad, and Pune, this ambient album was aimed at soothing, at aiding the creation of a mental safe space for anyone who listens. They must have achieved it because the personal responses they received over the next few months have pushed them and other artists who think like them to do even more for mental health. So people exploring for mind, music, and art in aid of mental health. How art therapy can help children cope during a pandemic. Special educators explain how engaging young children in art can help them become emotionally stronger. Amid a pandemic, when increased screen time and a messed up routine are making parents anxious, special educators stress on the importance of engaging children in art. Fluidity of colors helps emotions to flow along, says Jinesha Pritesh Chedda, a Mumbai-based special educator and trained Waldorf teacher. The divinity in Hindu art, this is where we get into the crux of what real art is all about, how it is actually meant to enrich one's life from its very core. Hinduism has a long and rich history of depicting the divine in art, has one of the world's largest collections of songs, music, dance, theater, folk traditions, performing arts, rites and rituals, paintings and writings that are known as the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Hindu art was created primarily to aid devotees in focusing their worship. Monumental stone statues or relief sculptures were positioned in or on temples, and large bronze statues were set up for public worship. The divinity in Hindu art. Hindu art represents a plurality of beliefs and has deeply influenced the painting, sculpture, and architecture of the Indian subcontinent. Architecture and sculpture are inextricably linked in Hindu temples, which are usually devoted to a number of different deities. In some contexts, the artwork is not really an object at all, but an affective process of transformation. From forms of temple puja and in the manuals of aesthetic theory, the arts could serve as tools and techniques for personal transformation. This approach extends from the meditative aids provided by mandalas. There are 64 forms of Hindu arts. Chaushat kalas is what they are called. The mastery of as many of the 64 traditional arts known as the Chaushat kalas or Chatushashti kalas formed an important basis in the development of a cultured individual in many parts of ancient India. The 64 forms being Geet Vidya, art of singing, Vadya Vidya, art of playing on musical instruments, Nritya Vidya, art of dancing, Natya Vidya, art of theatricals, Alekhya Vidya, art of painting, Visheshaka Chedya Vidya, art of painting the face and body with color, Tandula Kusuma Bali Vikara, art of preparing offerings from rice and flowers. Pushpastarana, art of making a covering of flowers for a bed. And the art of applying preparations for cleansing the teeth, clothes, and painting the body, being the Dasha Navashana Raga. And we have the art of making the groundwork of jewels, Mani Bhumika Karma, Aya Rachana, art of covering the bed, Udakavadya, art of playing on music in water, Udakavadya, Udakaghata, art of splashing with water, Chitra Yoga, art of practically applying an admixture of colors, the art of designing a preparation of wreaths, being the Malya Gratana Vikalpa, Shekharapida Yojana, art of practically setting the coronet on the head. The Nepatya Yoga, art of practically dressing in the tiring room. Karnapatra Bhanga, art of decorating the tragus of the ear. Sugandha Yukti, art of practical application of aromatics. Bhushana Yojana, being the art of applying or setting ornaments. Aindrajala, art of juggling. Kauchamara, a kind of art. Hastalaghava, art of slay of hand. The art of preparing varieties of delicious food. And the art of practically preparing palatable drinks and tinging draughts with red color, being one of the 64 arts. And the art of needleworks and weaving. Sutra Krida, the art of playing with thread. Vinada Murakavadya, art of playing on lute and small drum. Prahelika, the art of making and solving riddles. Durva Chaka Yoga, art of practicing language difficult to be answered by others. Pustakavachana, art of reciting books. And we have the art of enacting short plays and anecdotes, Natika Khayi Kadarshana, and the art of solving enigmatic verses, Kavya Samasya Purana, Pattikavetrabani Vikalpa, art of designing preparation of shield, cane, and arrows, Tarku Karma, art of spinning by spindle, Takshana, art of carpentry, Vastuvidya, art of engineering, Raupyaratna Pariksha, art of testing silver and jewels, Dhatuvada, art of metallurgy, Maniraganyana, art of tinging jewels, art of mineralogy at Akaranyana, Vriksha Ayurveda Yoga, art of practicing medicine of medical treatment by herbs, and the art of knowing the mode of fighting of lambs, cocks, and birds, Mesha Kukkutala Vakya Yuddha Vidhi. And we have the art of maintaining or knowing conversation between male and female cockatoos. And the art of healing or cleaning a person with perfumes. Sadhana. Keshamaranjana Kaushala, the art of combing hair. And we have the art of talking with fingers. And the art of the use of amulets, Dharana Matrika. And the art of knowing provincial dialects, Desha Bhashanyana, art of knowing prediction by heavenly voice, Nirmittinyana, Yantra Matrika, the art of mechanics, and the art of fabricating barbarous or foreign sophistry, Mlechitha Kutarka Vikalpa, Samavachya, art of conversation, Manasi Kavya Kriya, art of composing verse, Kriya Vikalpa, art of designing a literary work or a medical remedy, Chalitaka Yoga, art of practicing as a builder of shrines called after him, the art of the use of lexicography and meters, and the art of concealment of cloths, Vastra Gopana, the art of concealment the art of knowing specific gambling, Dyuta Vishesha, art of playing with dice or magnet, Akarsha Krida, art of using children's toys, Balaka Kridanaka, art of enforcing discipline, Vainayiki Vidya, art of gaining victory, Vaijayiki Vidya, and the art of awakening master with music at dawn, Vaitaliki Vidya. So these are the 64 detailed arts which were lived, practiced, and taught and kept alive as a tradition in ancient India, the Chaushat Kalas. And now let's understand, let's listen to the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who explains about these 64 arts of the Hindu tradition and how they are dependent on the ability of you to give prana or life energy to it.
All the 64 arts are dependent on the ability of you able to give prana to it. Nowhere it can be given by relative reality, but in Kala it is not. In Kala, our ability to breathe life to it. And I tell you, ultimately, never ever great things achieved or great fulfillment experienced in relative existence based actions. These relative existence based actions are draining activities. It drains you, makes you powerless. Even when you get praise, name and fame, award, reward, the relative existence itself is tiring. More existential reality based person is cheerful, powerful, enjoying, breathing life into everything he touches or does. So I feel Kala is the solution for the problems of the art.
Paramashivoham. The description of Rudraganya can never have tears of pain from your eyes. Understand? If you have tears of pain, you have lost chastity of Rudraganya. It means the kind of the grounding you need to have and the completion you need to feel within you as Rudraganya. You need to have, never to have tears in your eyes can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the faltu ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra.
Now, let us see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, revived the 64 Hindu art forms by establishing the largest Hindu temple infrastructure university called Nithyananda Sacred Arts University. 25 plus years of accomplishments from the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University includes 562 statues that are made in metal, weighing 17 tons, 2,600 plus statues made of granite stone, weighing 1 million kg, which is 1,000 tons. 482 marble statues weighing about 100,000 kg. Apart from that, wood, jewelry, and decoration. So much has been accomplished just within 25 years of sheer hard work by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. So now let's look into this video sharing the vision of the Sacred Arts University. The Nithyananda Sacred Arts University is established to preserve, revive, spread the Vedic arts, architecture, and artifacts for people to live and experience. The rich consciousness-based Vedic heritage. The temple-based arts and architecture is a science based on the perfect frameworks of cosmic laws, sacred geometry, proportion and symmetry, sophisticated mathematical principles and cardinal directions. This science is grounded on the sacred truth that a temple is a miniature of cosmos comprising the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, and its presiding deity, which is God himself. Every aspect of temple and temple arts, from the size, shape, material, structural density, the size of the halls, pillars, courtyards, and the facing directions, to the process of installing the deity and the art forms used, all these are revealed in Vedagamas. The source scriptures such as Stapatya Veda and Vastu Shastra or Shilpa Shastra. Modern architecture has so much to learn from the ancient Vedic temple sciences. Several researchers and studies have proven the indigenous perfection of Vedic architecture. It has been scientifically proven that the characteristic configuration, geometric configuration of the Hindu temple, built with extraordinary perfection, has significantly increased the strength against earthquake movements, resulting in creation of the everlasting, structurally sound structures which are proven earthquake resistance, which is source. Temples are living spaces where pure superconscious energy resides in infinite continuum, having its own independent intelligence beyond time and space. Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, founded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the world's largest producer of temple arts and deities, with a mission to: number 1, procure, collect, traditionally make, preserve the temple arts and temple traditions and its cultural heritage. Number 2, spread the temple arts and architecture in its highest form as a celebrative life science of peace and bliss as per the authentic scriptures. Number 3, operate as a university of learning the science and applied technology of sacred arts and temple architecture. Number 4, provide training, livelihood to Stavatis, the generations of temple architects who preserve the rare temple sciences. Number 5, the Vedic Hindu civilization, both in the lifestyle, tradition, art, and its architecture. Swamiji has envisioned the Pandyan architecture for the construction of all the buildings and the Madurai architecture for the construction of all the temple construction. For all the Hindu gods and deities, and just about everything that brings out all the grandeur and velour one can imagine, which is truly inherent to the fascinating Hindu tradition. Building a temple-based civilization is nothing less compared to the best civilizations that ever existed. Some references here to kindle your imagination of what you can expect. Number 1, Dwaraka, which is created for Lord Krishna by Vishwakarma. Swarna Lanka, created for Lord Shiva by Vishwakarma. Why they were so renowned? That's primarily because of its beauty of the art and architecture that reflected from the beautiful, creative, artistic space and lifestyles these people were living. So here is an opportunity for you to bring out the reflection of your artistic creative side and contribute to this magnificent civilization to be. The university is spelled as C, as it is envisioned to be a city on its own. You can see how the deities are being made step by step, right from choosing the stone, how they are carved, what are the measurements, what are the tools used to measure as well as carve. Everything is as per the Stapatya Veda. You can see here the beautiful 15 feet tall deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here is the quarry to identify the best stones for the deification project. selecting and analyzing the quality of stone. In Stapatya Veda, they say there is a gender for the stone. Based on the sound that is being emitted by striking the stone, you can identify its gender. And based on the gender, the stone is selected and it is specifically used for certain process, for certain dimensions and certain artifacts. So this is how it is initially carved, and then they take a shape. You can see here beautiful bodials, like ornamental feature on every single deity. Many of the statues and deities are sent to Nithyanandeshwara Hindu temples across the world. Restoration of best stones collected from old temples. Next is the granite stonework. You can see here how so many stone pillars are being collected. So this is just some of the important contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered to the whole of the world through Sacred Arts University. When you are in Adi Kailasa as part of the COVID Care Protection Center, you can be part of this amazing creation of sacred arts. These Hindu arts just rejuvenates your mental well-being and helps you to achieve the superconscious breakthrough that is available to you in this Pralaya. So without further delay, you can register yourself to join our COVID Care Protection Center and experience Hinduism to its fullest. The registration link is below, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes to register yourselves in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. The United Nations accepts the Kailasa's report on media disinformation in India. Kailash Union submitted a report on persecution done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa through weaponization of misinformation and disinformation by a section of Indian media. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of right to freedom of opinion and expression has accepted the report, which highlights how a misinformation campaign was carried out against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his followers by a section of Indian media with complete impunity. This is the fourth report this year that has been accepted by the United Nations body and published publicly. Media disinformation in India for UN Special Rapporteur for freedom of opinion and expression. You can see here, United Nations accepts Kailasa's report on media disinformation in India. Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple. Today, let us look into the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealing the Akashic records from the cosmos to the world. On 12th of May 2021, when the world is on the verge of lapsing because of the ongoing pandemic, that I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. The people of India, listen carefully. Time after time, Bharadam is a Jnana Bhumi where enlightened beings come. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navabhashana, is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navabhashana flower. People, whoever comes and dips in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line every day. They will come and dip in Anandalingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Nijavataras, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made the ship as protection, the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those who are regretting losing the Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as the lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their life work. This is a commitment. Paramashakti is giving to all of you. Paramashakti, I will do what I say. To save the people from Corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar, and Ananda Lingam. I have made it as the Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day. Worship Ananda Lingam, water, turmeric, milk, and even neem rasam showered on Navabashanam are the medicines for this. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, which is dharma, artha, moksha, jnana powers, kama, and God beyond kama. Adi Kailasa, life will give you all the goodness. On 31st of May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that the hell of Kirimi Bhojanam, as mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam, has opened and is directly fallen on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th of June, further she revealed that drop the foolish mind with the business motive of bargaining and attain surrender, go to Adi Kailasa, be in Adi Kailasa. I will do good to you. On 18th of June, for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th of July 2021, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Nijavatara, revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is the Sarva Roga Nivarani. That means it cures for all the diseases. For all the diseases in the world, the soil of Adi Kailasa can simply cure them. Paramashakti, myself, taking the form of Nithyananda as Nijavatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all the powers, and the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all karmas. Taking the soil of Adi Kailash and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidya Sarovar, and by applying it, all the pains will vanish. Breaking the attachment to body, it will make you enlightened. Goodness is there. I told the truth. Go to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, it is Kailasa. It is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam has opened the doors of Kailasa to one and all without exception. These de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa are opened as the COVID care protection centers to one and all. You can receive the best humanitarian services in these COVID care protection centers, and it is not limited to just the humanitarian services, which is food, free accommodation, free internet services, work from home, etc. But more than everything else, you are in the breathing space, in the Punya Kshetra of Adi Kailasa, which is blessed by Devi Parashakti herself as the Jnana Bhumi, where you can experience the conscious sovereignty. A number of COVID care protection centers are opened in India, which includes Adi Kailash in Bidadi, Salem Adinam, Thiruvannamalai Adinam, Rajapalayam Adinam, Puduvai Adinam, Pattanam Adinam, Siragapadi Adinam, Sripuram Adinam, Madurai Adinam, Hosur Adinam, Baroda Adinam. Multiple free COVID care protection centers are opened across India. Various social services that are offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. And apart from the social services, a number of spiritual services are also opened to all the participants of COVID care protection centers. More than everything else, the cosmic revelations that Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Nijavatara is preparing one and all ahead of time on how to combat this global pandemic. When Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Now, a number of social services that are offered in these COVID care protection centers include medical care, all forms of Hindu medicine, whether it is Ayurveda, Siddha, and also allopathy is being offered to one and all for free. You have seen a number of participants who shared their testimonials in our shows have always expressed that they get the best medical care. If anybody who's having right from a health issue, right from headache to anything serious, every single thing is being attended by doctors from various fields of medicine. We have doctors from allopathy, special doctors from Ayurveda, and special Siddha doctors also. Second is, we have the infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people. The accommodation is built for multi-layered quarantine. The emergency ambulances, the ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. Now we are going to see in the segment how the COVID Care Protection Center participants enjoyed themselves by learning the art of making metal deities. So the art of making metal deities involves 5 processes. First is the casting of metal deities in Panchaloka, 5 metal combinations of copper, bronze, zinc, tin, and gold. Involves an elaborate and authentic process of a single mold of every metal casting, employing the following process, which is wax modeling of deities, covering the wax model with the mud from the banks of sacred river Kaveri. Next is melting the mats by high temperatures, pouring the molten metal into the mud mold to cast the deities, extracting the metal deity from the mold and finishing it through skilled sculpting, generating intricate line drawings and crafting the rare sculpting tools that are unavailable in today's contemporary market. After which, employing Sittuli Vele, which means extremely fine and nested carving on the metal, using extra fine tools to show the ornate details on the deities. Last but not the least, using the only coconut palm leaf for all the measurements with the Vedic unit of measurement called talam. So you can see here how the deities are being carved. So this is actually a COVID care protection participant who's exploring his dimension of making metal deities. I'm just going to play the video. Yes. So he's actually, you can see a shaft kind of thing, which has different wax models. So what we are trying to make is emblem of Kailasa in copper. This is the mud mold. After that burnout and pouring process, so the mud mold is taken and kept in the furnace at very high temperatures at 1200 degrees Celsius. after which molten metal is being poured and you do the final finishing process. So that is Prabhananda Maharaj, who's also a COVID Care Protection Center participant who recently took sannyas, and he's exploring this art of making metal deities in Sacred Arts University. So you can see here beautifully how the deities are being made from the copper mold. Yes, they are so intricate, such precision. So what you are seeing above is the Kalabhairava and micro detail deities these are. And the next one is the emblem of Kailasa, Paramashiva, Paramashakti, and the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, gracing the humanity in Kailasa emblem. The third one is just the form of Paramashiva and Paramashakti. So the stock can be just removed, it can be simply welded and cut, and that can be reused. So in this one stock, you can see at least 6 different forms of Kalabhairava. Oh, actually, there are 2 Kalabhairava, 3 Kalabhairava, and 3 Paramashiva and Paramashakti. Everything is being attached to one stock. More pictures for us to really appreciate the intricacy that has been involved in this entire process. Hindu arts is truly a boon to the humanity to explore one's consciousness. You can see here how all the COVID Care Protection participants are enjoying the temple festivals in Adi Kailasa. These are our recent celebrations in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. The glimpses of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. You can see how all these deities are beautifully decorated. So the art of flower making and garland making is also one of the 64 art forms that we saw today. And the COVID Care Protection participants, they're all trained in this garland making. You can see how these deities are all beautifully decorated. So this training is also enabled in Adi Kailasa. The COVID Care Protection Center participants enjoyed thoroughly these divine experiences of exploring Hindu art forms. Systematically, how each of these deities are decorated and adorned with this garland is being taught to these COVID Care Protection participants. You can see here, step by step, how the deity is being decorated. You can see here, step by step, how the deities are being decorated, and right from learning how to tie a sari to a deity, jewels, making garlands, and how to fix the garlands on the deities. So I hope all of you enjoyed this segment by learning what are the different art forms that is being taught in Adi Kailasa for the COVID Care Protection Center participants. It's truly a very interesting journey, and participants are greatly enriched by being in Adi Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center. So we invite one and all to be part of this greatest happening where you can reclaim your conscious sovereignty during Pralaya. So there are a number of revelations that Devi Parashakti has revealed on why it is important for us to be in Adi Kailasa and protect ourselves from this ongoing Pralaya. So we invite all the participants, viewers, to register yourself in the link below kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASACARE. You can take a few minutes to register yourself and do not miss this opportunity, because you can experience life in all dimensions, in every single dimension that is not explored by you. Here is an opportunity in the reading space of the avatar. Here is an opportunity for you to explore and claim your conscious sovereignty. So register yourself in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, and shortly we will be beginning the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, and it's going to be a very exciting day. We are all going to receive the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So stay tuned, and we'll have a short break before we begin the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations of 2021.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धु श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धु श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो मां पाहि रोगादघोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां मां पाहि रोगादघोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो काषाय संवीतगात्रम् कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रम् काषाय संवीतगात्रम् कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रम् कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रम् शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रम् शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधुसङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तं श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधुसङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तम् ओङ्कारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तम् ओङ्कारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिम् भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिम् श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே சொனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே ஒரு ஞான குரு ஆனவனே நித்யானந்தனே
ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அவ்வியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அவ்வியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை காட்டும் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்ப ஜோதியான நித்யானந்தனே
அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக தியானந்தனை தானமாக தந்த தெய்வமே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே ஒரு தவத்தின் கோலம் பூண்டனையே நித்யானந்தனே
நின் நாமந்தனை நாவில் ஏந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி நின் நாமந்தனை நாவில் ஏந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி வாழ்வில் பெரும் பேறு பெற்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்த கந்தவாசம் செய்யும் எம்மையே இங்கு ஆட்சி செய்யும் ஆதிதேவன் நித்யானந்தனே
ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆரோக்கியம்
not just bliss, bringing the purpose for your existence. I tell you, the beauty of conscious sovereignty is the moment you hear this truth, get initiated, your inner space expands to that level, you can never go back to the old past, same old personality or identity. You can never back to be same old. That is why that initiation is always called, Shakti Pada is always called, giving you second birth, rebirth. Initiated one who got the Shakti Pada is called Dvija, reborn. Because once you receive Shakti Pada, you can never go back to the same old existence, same old identity. Once in a while you can have mood swing, that's your freedom. But you can never go back to be the same person. Listen. The most beautiful absolutely beautiful thing that can happen to life is constantly delete past, constantly upgrade yourself. The more and more you get into a space where you cannot go back to your past, the more and more you will find higher way of existing, higher form of existing. Listen, I have seen some of the most beautiful beings in my life. My own Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself. An extraordinarily beautiful and graceful. I have seen most graceful, beautiful beings in my life from all walks of life. My own Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Raghupati Yogi, Ram Surat Kumar, at least all these names I uttered, they are all not bound by certain responsibility or organization or organized living. But living inside the organization, very organized living, but very graceful beings I have seen. Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji. He is still alive. If you are in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, never miss having his darshan. He lives in Chennai, Mailapur, Ramakrishna Mat. Tiruchi Swami, Kailasa Ashram. Of course, Tiruchi Swami is not in the body. He has attained Jiva Samadhi. Some of these beings, especially Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji, he is within the organization. Very organized living. But I have seen him in close quarters. The kind of the conscious sovereignty he manifests. An absolute clarity. Extremely powerful understanding of Vedanta, highest truths, unimaginable. Same way, Swami Kamalatmananda, he is still alive. He is the head of the Madurai Ramakrishna Mat. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet and learning. He radiates the grace of Shiva Bhakti. I have seen such wonderful people in my life who demonstrated, who proved that conscious sovereignty, manifesting it, living it is possible in all walks of life. In all walks of life. Whether you are a free living individual or living in an organization or even married and living with wife, a householder life. I have seen so many graceful people in my life radiating conscious sovereignty. Listen carefully. Some of the greatest revelations I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And when I started implementing it in my life. And when I started teaching, and when my disciples who are initiated by me, when they started implementing in their life, and when they came back and gave me the feedback, the right, wrong, good, bad, success, failure, compilation of all this knowledge, the essence of all this I am sharing with you all. So listen, understand. 3 things I wanted to convey. Conscious sovereignty brings not just health for the way you want to live your life. Conscious sovereignty not just brings freedom, it brings freedom with a purpose. For example, when you are suffering with diabetes, eating sugar is not freedom, it is a suicide. You can't say, oh, can't I even have a freedom to eat sugar? People cry, saying, are they kept in prison? Don't they have the freedom to eat sugar? Hey, listen. When you are having diabetic, freedom to eat sugar is not freedom, it is suicide. Freedom to have the food for your health in a tasty way is freedom. Freedom to do what you want with the right purpose is freedom. See, realizing the right purpose of your life and having freedom to live it, progress towards it is freedom. I feel so happy when I see Soumya and her mother, both of them in the Hyderabad, when they come, religiously they will sit. Especially mother is elderly person, but even if she feels little sleepy, because now it's already 11 o'clock, late night in India. But I have never seen her missing the satsang. Actually, this is freedom. Even some of the Adinavasis are not that regular. They try to crib, saying, oh, are we put in jail or what? Anytime the satsang, we will have to come and sit or what? 11 o'clock, are we not having freedom to sleep? Hey, when there is a satsang going on, if you have all the infrastructure and you are freed from all other work or responsibility to attend the satsang is the real freedom. So freedom with a purpose. Understand? Freedom for your purpose is the freedom. Health for your purpose is health. Wealth for your purpose is wealth. I tell you, last 3 years studying many different ideas about economy and many different countries' economy policies, how it is geopolitical centered, how it is the ideology like communism or socialism or capitalism centered, and how various countries function their economy. There are some countries which gives high interest for deposits. There are some countries which gives minus interest. Means they take money from you to keep your money. So all kinds of economies I studied. I wanted to tell you all few things. It is actually knowing your higher purpose, conscious sovereignty makes you really wealthy. I tell you, still planet Earth functions based on Varnashrama Dharma. Cosmos functions on Varnashrama Dharma. After studying so many countries' economical policies, how the economies are kept alive, to come up with a right economical policy closest to Vedagamas. See, I wanted to implement the Veda Agamas as it is, map it as it is. So the closest possible structure on which I can map, so I can fine-tune the whole thing to focus as Paramashiva wanted, the whole Vedagamic civilization. So I have spent huge resources, energy, time, ultimately Paramashiva's blessings and samadhi and revelations he gives in samadhi. With everything I thoroughly analyzed, I came to the realization, planet Earth runs based on Varnashrama Dharma. Wherever Vaishyas exist with their Vaishya Dharma, that nations become wealthy. The economical intellectuals, their thought currents, and the ecosystem they want to nourish. I am studying the Japanese economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The US economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The Indian economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. All this I studied. Finally, I realized, I could see clearly what exactly Paramashiva revealed in Vedas and Agamas and penned down in Dharmashastras. That exact Varnashrama Dharma is the most successful strategy for life. I was studying elaborately. I'll give you just understandings. This will be directly useful for your life. there are many countries which attract the investments which is not needed for them. Those investments become load on them, and then they try to lend with less interest rate just to rotate that money and keep that money circulating because they don't know what to do. And those loans become NPAs, non-performing assets, in 3 to 5 years. It's a vicious circle. They are caught in vicious circle, having wealth without purpose. The conscious sovereignty is not nourished. Listen. If the conscious sovereignty in you is nourished, you build muscles, not fat. You build strength, not load. Same way in your economic principles. I am not saying money is bad. Be very clear. Money is good when you have the purpose. If not, you will not know what to do with it. I have always seen how the Indian middle class people think, first let me become engineer, then I will think what I want to become in my life. By the time you become engineer, you are already a fool and you don't know what to do with your life. And you don't even, see, actually after completely dampening you with the dumbest ideas and all outdated machineries which can be seen only in museum. Only those machines you will see in your workshops when you study engineering. The great museum pieces. Only after all this is done, the certificate engineer is given to you. So by the time you absolutely develop the mentality of extremely non-involving and lazy, and your expectation, just because you are here, the society should serve you. That mentality is the source of all corruption you find anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Listen carefully. Many times, just like Indian middle class mind thinks, oh, let me become first engineer, then I'll think what I want to become, what I want to do in my life. Same way, you guys think, let me first just acquire money, then I will do what I want to do with that money. No. First, have conscious sovereignty. The society has become such now, none of you are in poverty and none of you are going to die without food. The moment you found your basic needs, food, shelter, clothes, focus on conscious sovereignty, realizing the core purpose of your existence. That will tell you the purpose for which you want wealth. So when you start working for wealth itself, you will continue to fulfill the purpose. So your life itself will be a joy. Your path and goal will be one and the same. You will be enjoying the very path, not waiting for the goal to celebrate your life. The path itself becomes celebration. I tell you, person who made path itself as a celebration lives in eternal vacation. See, I live in eternal vacation. I work 24/7 and I live in eternal vacation. I work actually 24/7 in multiple dimensions, multiple time zones, not just horizontal time zones, vertical time zones also. Understand, especially if you are young. When I say young, connected with me below 30. If you have connected with me below 30, you are eternally young. I will never let you age. I don't like getting aged. I like getting matured, but I don't like getting old or getting aged. So I will not do anything to you which I don't like. I will keep you eternally young. If you met me before 30, you are blessed. This is the time to find conscious sovereignty. Focus on that. If you met me before 30, I make you 16 and keep you 16 ever. Listen. When you find the idea of conscious sovereignty, you will never do the stupidity of questioning your life. Oh, why can't I eat sugar? Eating sugar is not wrong. But when you have diabetes, eating sugar is suicidal. So you are not controlled saying don't take sugar. You are protected. With the understanding, taking sugar is suicidal when you are diabetic. Even otherwise, taking sugar is not good for health. That is separate. I am telling you, listen. People think, let me find wealth, then I'll decide what I want to do. Hey, by the time you find wealth, you abused you and built a wrong mental setup. When will you break that? Breaking that becomes a big headache. I tell you, with conscious sovereignty, if you find wealth, you will live in absolute aparigraha. I tell you. Listen, I have seen some of the most graceful beings demonstrating minimalist lifestyle, literally having the amount of wealth equivalent to kings. Whether Tiruchi Swami is the founder and head of the Kailasa Mahasamsthana in Bangalore, which has branches all over India. He built a beautiful Devi temple which is literally now golden temple. The whole Garbhagriha, Vimanam is golden and Garbhamandir is golden. He literally built a golden temple for Devi. And the amount of wealth around him and the minimalist life he lived. He had everything, including golden throne, crown, jewels, everything. He will sit in the golden throne, silver throne, on those timings when he is receiving the Pada Puja or when he is doing his responsibilities. But in his personal life, he will not take one more extra betel leaf from his own garden. He will not waste one betel leaf from his own garden. And he will not get the third set of dress for his personal room. I asked him once, Swami, it is all for you. Why can't we have the few more sets of dress? He told in Tamil, hey, சிம்மாசனம் கொடை சப்பரம் சாமரம் எல்லாம் நமக்கு வேலை, உரிமை இல்லை, உடமை இல்லை. Means the palki, all the umbrella, paraphernalia, throne, all that is our job, responsibility. Neither right, means neither we are the owners, nor it is ours. Listen. When you find conscious sovereignty, you will have the ultimate clarity about wealth. Why wealth? And you will accumulate it with the right mental setup. Wealth will never bind you. It will only be under you. It can never imbalance you or delude you, make you behave, think unscientifically. Listen. Wealth is one of the drug. Can make you think irrationally and unscientifically. When the greed for wealth enters, you commit crimes which will not allow end of the day for you to enjoy the wealth, even if you acquire. That's the funny thing. Listen, greed for wealth is nothing but unconscious lifestyle. The conscious sovereignty will make you realize purpose of everything, purpose of health, purpose of wealth. See, what is the purpose of my health? I should be able to sit in Padmasana for any number of hours I want to sit, and my brain should be fresh, alive, to download the Akashic records and radiate it, share it with you all. That's all is the purpose of my health. So because I know the purpose, I keep myself healthy for that purpose. Over. My purpose is my body should cooperate with me to be in samadhi continuously and sit and initiate people, teach people whenever I want to do. That's all. Because the purpose is clear. I keep myself healthy for that. Many times, people want to be healthy, they start building six-pack, gymming, bodybuilding, all that. But after a few days, that six-pack and muscles, bodybuilding, the showing, that becomes so important and addictive. People take the banned drugs, steroids to look and lose health. Please understand, there are many people who build body so unconsciously without knowing the purpose, they lose the body itself in the process of building the body. See how many bodybuilders die. By taking the wrong drugs, steroids to show. I tell you, same way, wealth. There are so many people unconsciously acquired wealth and don't know what to do. That load kills them. Our people around them exploit them, bind them, destroy their life, and life is lost. So in every level, conscious sovereignty is the first truth you should start experiencing. This should be your priority. Understand? Not just wealth, purpose of wealth. Not just health, purpose of health. Not just living unconsciously, purpose why you exist is the basic need for life. Listen. Delusion is suicidal. Delusion is suicidal. In every level, delusion is suicidal. I have seen people, the most graceful people, and I have also seen most stupid people. I have seen people not just talking something in the morning, talking something in the evening. Even in one conversation, the beginning they will talk some logic, and just in few statements they will completely opposite to the logic with which they started. I have seen sometimes people having one logic and talking for the other logic. I have seen that level loses. That kind of deluded people. Those are the moments I feel compassionate for myself. I feel really compassionate for myself. Anyhow, I think now everyone feels, is this me? Is this me? Is this me Swamiji is talking about? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Anyhow, listen. I have seen all kinds of people. With my experience, I wanted you to know, time spent on understanding conscious sovereignty is the best time spent. Understand? Listen. Even manifesting powers manifest the right power for your purpose. Understand? The purpose you want to exist. I tell you, if you find the conscious sovereignty, you will just feel eternally young. See, finding conscious sovereignty is not some difficult. You just need to know the larger purpose of your existence. Just be scientific, logical, rational to your higher purpose, larger purpose. Stop the shitty idea of you have only one life. That is the biggest shit dumped on you. You have been brainwashed with unwashable shit called you have only one life. Drop that shit. Your consciousness, assuming bodies after bodies, till you achieve your absolute conscious sovereignty. These are fundamental cosmic truths. Start looking at your life with these fundamental cosmic truths. Understand? Stop associating yourself with the delusion or the impact of drug called delusion on your brain as you. See, the impact of the delusion drug on your brain forms a fog called mind. You associate yourself with that and make your life's decisions, which is absolute unscientific. Listen, absolute unscientific. Understand that. Just listen. Be scientifically scientific, logically logical, rationally rational. As I said just now, Tiruchi Swamigal or Swami Gautamanandaji, the wealth around them is much more than kings will have. But they lived such absolute minimalist lifestyle because they know the purpose of wealth. I learned exactly that from my gurus. Kings living minimalistic lifestyle is possible only in Hindu tradition. Because if you know the conscious sovereignty, you will know the minimalistic lifestyle is powerful. It's an absolute power. This whole Chaturmasya, I name it as conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya. Manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty. See, manifest the right powers. There are many powers you may not need. That may just become load on you. Manifest the right power. Especially manifest powers by breaking the prenatal patterns called karma and postnatal karma called patterns. Break them and manifest powers. You will know exactly what kind of powers you need. If you are addicted to food pattern, break them. Then you will see the Nirahara manifest as a power, and not only you become healthy and you are free from addictions, you live long. Listen. If you are addicted to food patterns, I have a great news for you. Break those addictions through proper Nirahara Samyama step by step and manifest powers. You will see not only you become healthy, you will live long. Because anything which addicts you, binds you, that pattern shows you the secret key for the powers you need to manifest. If you are greedy, bound by greed, deluded by greed, doesn't want to take responsibility, but you want everything, start practicing minimalistic lifestyle. You will manifest so much wealth and you will enjoy the wealth, not wealth will be enjoying you. I tell you, many people just do watchman job, night watchman job, without sleeping, protecting their wealth. So they are not using the wealth. Wealth is using them. People who are not able to sleep due to their worries about wealth, they are not enjoying the wealth. Wealth is enjoying them. Like first few days, you smoke. Then cigarette smokes you. Understand what I am trying to tell you. Many times your delusion shows bad people as your friend, good people as your enemies. The pressure of hormones, chemicals, frustrations inside you deludes you so badly. Conscious sovereignty is the only solution. Break from all postnatal, prenatal patterns. List all the prenatal, postnatal patterns and karmas binding you. Those patterns hold the secret key. What powers you should manifest and what kind of powers is right for you. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you Shaktipada and be here with you all to help you all to identify your patterns, break them, and manifest as powers. Let's start. First day. Conscious sovereignty, power manifestation process in this Chaturmasya. Get paper and pen, sit. Pen down all the patterns which chains you, binds you. Start writing.
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மொழி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கு கேட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்ன மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாலும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கிட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை எரியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்துக்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
நித்யானந்தா நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்தா ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்ய திங்கள் நித்யானந்தா நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்தா ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்ய திங்கள் நித்யானந்தா ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇತ್ತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇತ್ತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ.
Bless you all as a living, complete manifestation, as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्य
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं security measures, no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained. Palm manifestation is a cognitive shift and being alive and letting the whole reality, how we can command over the reality. The science of palm manifestation, it is a science because millions have experienced it and each one of us can experience it. That Bhagavan gives the instant satsang, the conscious sovereignty as our reality. We can experience the reality right now in the palm manifestation. Palm manifestation is supported by the pramanas, the evidences. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvars, siddhas, all of them are authority of Hinduism, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Shakshi Pramanas, the experience of millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan initiates all of them in Kailash Kotyad and makes us experience and gives us the prasada. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state, not just the thoughtless space, even the manifesting of the powers have been scientifically recorded. How our brain functions from the prefrontal cortex and manifests no thought zone and simply manifests the higher signs of consciousness. Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness. Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind. Tantra is the method you experience consciousness beyond the mind and experience the steps to manifest the powers. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54, Dharana 31.
Go beyond the pain. How? Layer by layer by layer, consciousness and body is stitched, and if you start from
स्वदेहे जगतो वापि सूक्ष्मतराणि च तत्त्वानि यानि निलयं ध्यात्वान्ते व्यज्यते परा.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitute principle of your whole body or the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause. Paramashiva, by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from the thoughts and the ultimate universe, divine power, Para Devi, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. Beautifully, Bhagavan says, from the subtle to the subtlest, if you understand the body, you can understand the whole universe. How we function in the body is exactly how it functions in the reality. How our hair grows on our skin, same way the grasses grow on the surface of the planet Earth. How each of these Vayu, sun, moon, everything is manifested from our very own body. That is why Krishna says, I have taught the sun god, the ultimate space, because everything is part of us and everything is a reality that we are experiencing in each one of us as the existential reality. The ultimate space of oneness can manifest the higher science and higher reality, higher dimension, who we are. Krishna beautifully says, I teach the sun. It's too much to even believe, but that is the reality, how everything exists as an extraordinary happening of the current moment and everything merges into that one space of oneness. Apta Pramana, beautifully, Krishna plays a beautiful role when Duryodhana tries to get the power of Gandhari. The Gandhari wanted to save at least Duryodhana because she knew all the sons were going to be killed. But then Krishna plays a role and tries to hide him. And he wears a short towel and then goes to Gandhari. But Gandhari says, oh my God, I thought I'll give you and protect my sight has so much of power because so many years I have not opened my eyes. and the chastity of that can protect you, but you covered, so I cannot help you much. And she says, whatever I can is protect you in other places. Krishna himself, Bhagavan himself as Krishna is beautifully giving us the Atma Pramana.
Authenticity, completion with your feeling is responsibility, completion with your living is enlightenment. Completion with your body is yoga. Completion with your breathing is pranayama. Listen. Every action you do, every habit you build up should be leading you to more and more joy, strength. Sorry, I withdraw the word joy. I add the word strength. Sometimes some things gives you joy but doesn't give you strength. I wanted to congratulate the CVS retail chain stores all over the world have decided to stop selling tobacco and tobacco related products. CVS is one of the largest retail chain stores. I congratulate them. Strength. Today I'll expand on strength. Understand, everything you do in your life should be adding strength to you. Then it is nectar. If it is adding weakness to you, it is poison. Whether you are eating habit, sleeping habit, working habits, sometimes sitting habit, the way you sit, and dancing habit, and very important, thinking habit. Some of the biggest habits which you forget is your speaking habits, your thinking habits, your feeling habits, your living habits. Listen. Some of the very important habits you have, you take them for granted. Your sitting habit decides whether you are planning for a back pain or a healthy back. Just the alignment in your sitting habit, not only you will not have pain, you will be getting more and more strength. At least we have video recorded evidence for last 10 years. I am just sitting. For last 10 years, we have video recorded evidence of at least 12,000 hours me sitting. Understand? I have never had back pain even for a minute. And taking out many people's back pain.
Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramanas are the
Beautifully, Bhagavan explains. Now we can hear from the devotee disciples how they have experienced
this Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda Swamiji, when he is initiating us into these various powers. These powers, this lifestyle is the default way in which all of us are going to be living in the future.
beautiful sharing. Now let's get into the instruction.
Between two subjects. As shown in the graph, shifts in the power spectra signal were recorded in the receiving volunteer during healing by Swamiji, and also when Swamiji was sending healing energy into the room, not specifically directed to any subject. The skin conductance level is a measure of skin conductance to electricity. Sensors were fitted to the fingertips of Swamiji, and during healing, sudden increase in skin conductance level was observed as Swamiji is running energy to deliver during healing. Both heart rate variability and skin conductance level show that during healing there is increased level of sympathetic autonomic nervous system activity as the energy is focused for healing.
Setting up things for scanning body.
Now we can scan the body for any special issues. You can have a partner, you can call somebody and you can tell them you're going to be scanning. And if you have the Jnananjan, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. And write in the paper all the details and share with them. And as you heal, all your koshas, all your levels, layers are completely healed. And completely you feel the love and the bliss. The most auspicious space. Paramashiva means para, ultimate. Auspiciousness is Paramashiva. And most beautiful space you start experiencing when you entangle with others in the Paramashiva space, healing them and body scanning them. So call anybody you want and tell them you're going to be scanning and tell them whatever results you see or remedies you see. Please ask them to verify with the doctor before they start implementing it. Now let's get into the beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Continuously chant the Mahavakya. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Sit as Krishna himself. Bhagavan has Krishna in your third eye. And all the leelas and all the blessings that Bhagavan has showered in you, hold that in your third eye. And absolute unclutched from anything else. You and Krishna, you being literally like Gopikas, Jnana Vairagya Bhakti. Understanding that Krishna is ultimate and surrendering to Krishna is the Gopika's beautiful way of being in oneness with Krishna, Lord Krishna. Same way, you can also experience the ultimate space with Krishna and intensely chant the Mahavakya and entangle with Bhagavan, who is in the most beautiful space, who has come down for us in all the forms for us to relate and enjoy. So let's experience the oneness completely and get absorbed by chanting and listening to the chanting continuously, and whatever appears, start writing down and share at the end of the cycle. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Now, whatever you have experienced, please go ahead and call that person and verify if it is all true. Whatever healing you have done, the special issues you have experienced when you're scanning their body, or remedies you just got to know, please share with them and ask them to verify with the doctor before they start implementing all these things, and ask them to share a testimonial. And all these great signs that Bhagavan is giving us more and more healing into the beautiful space in different level of healing, so that we are consciously in the space of oneness. Bhagavan Krishna literally in every possible way was only demonstrating the pure love, the Anbeshivam, the auspiciousness, the ultimate auspiciousness, even though everything was going wrong in his life. Everything was just the opposite of what we would wish. He was as small as like one palm when he was born, and he was completely black, and he was in the wrong star that nobody would want to. In every form that people, whatever they don't want, was always dumped on him. And in everything, he only stood as pure space of love, that everybody eternally remembered him only as love, but not any of the frustration and any of the inhibitions, any of the things that he went through. And every step, he was born in a jail, and before he was born itself, they were ready to murder him. To the extent he can never live with his own parents. The ultimate space, it's like you're in the terrorist group, and then you have to be born, and then your parents are captivated, and you're being taken away from your parents right from the birth, and you are the smallest baby, and you are in the wrong star with the wrong things. Everything completely wrong is Krishna. but still he was always in the space of oneness and always in completion, the eternal completion, the Purna Avatara. Bhagavan has come down to showcase that dimension for us, whoever has missed Krishna for millions of years in whatever way. Now is the time for us to experience Krishna in all his dimension as Swamiji, as our own Guru who has come down. So entangle with him completely in oneness, and simply you will see Krishna and you will manifest all the beautiful space of auspiciousness, abundance, and pure love as your reality. Now, with that beautiful space, let's have one more cycle. Let's start chanting. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine, straight line. Few more people you can scan and write on the details and share it at the end of the session. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening.
Enlightenment Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Such a beautiful space. Please open your eyes. And whatever you have seen, whatever you have written down, please call your partner and verify authentically whatever is shown by Paramashiva, Krishna himself, is all perfectly matching with what they went through, a special issue or your remedies or healing, whatever you are. And please share it in the social media, all that gift prasada that you just received. And also please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation, the greatest space of oneness and healing that has happened to you. And whatever healing you have experienced with the other person. And all these great signs Bhagavan has given us, more and more enriching and causing. When we enrich and cause to the world, we understand that it is us. When Uddhava asked, Krishna, you're going to leave. What am I supposed to do? Beautifully, Krishna says, look at everything in deep love and romance as Krishna. And he was so much in love with everything as Krishna. He saw everyone, everything only in terms of Krishna because he was lost in Krishna. And finally, he became the space of Krishna. All that we need to do is just merge into Krishna, whole day, experience everyone, everything that as Krishna Prasada, and be in the Krishna consciousness continuously, that Paramashiva will simply manifest in all of us as our reality. And whatever you contribute today as your dakshina to Krishna, to Kailasa, that is such a wonderful space that you're building as a kavacha. Like how Karna built as kavacha, you can have the kavacha so beautiful, you can experience the oneness. The whole day, you can experience the ultimate oneness. At 12 a.m., the midnight, Krishna will be appearing as Bhagavan, as our own Guru, and manifest all the reality for us. And let's wait and prepare ourselves to that beautiful space. So go ahead, whatever you want to contribute, whatever you want to enrich and cause, all that beautiful space, let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet with a deep gratitude and earning I am Paramashiva as ultimate consciousness, as existential reality, and thanking everyone you here, whoever's here manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva, and thanking Bhagavan in deep gratitude and ending this session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thanking each and every one of you. Please stay tuned for more beautiful sessions. Stay tuned, Nithyanandam.